Like to hack stuff. Awesome, love it. Okay, developer, you code. A lot of guys over here, some over there. Entrepreneur. Entrepreneur, are you an entrepreneur? Okay, good, thank you. What about a hobbyist? You're here as a hobbyist. Good, we got a mix of people, I love this. How about, do we have any unicorns here? Yes, thank you. All right, I love it. Thank you guys. All right, Hacker Dojo is a 501c3 nonprofit. It is a community of engineers, artists, scientists, activists, entrepreneurs, and other creative people centered around co-working and social facilities. All right, membership. We're a nonprofit, and without the support of our members, we would cease to exist. We currently have 3 levels of membership, which you can sign up for on the website. The regular membership is about $150 a month for unlimited access to the space, 24/7. You can sign up at hackerdojo.org. Right, I wanted to mention this. This has never been mentioned before, but I'm sure you guys noticed, or not have noticed around, that we do have a donation list that does sit back at the desk at the entrance. This is a donation list. There's a lot of stuff on here. If you guys have something you guys can donate that's on this list, please contact Tiana. Thank you, Tiana. Please check that out. There's a lot of stuff on here. I did take a photo of it and post it on Discord. Make sure you guys join Discord. All right, there's a suggestion box or suggestion panel right over here. There's a lot of stuff on there. If you guys can think of a way on how to improve Hacker Dojo, right? Because this is for you guys. This is for the community. How do we improve this? Right? How do we make Hacker Dojo better, more amazing, more of a unicorn? Where's our unicorn at? He's over there. How to make it more awesome. That's what the suggestion box is for, right? All right, so take time and check them both out. Donation will be, I'll put it back over there, and the suggestion panel. All right, Hacker Dojo events. There's a lot of events going on. I just listed a couple here. Monday in Discord, there is the events committee. If you guys want to know what events are coming up, or if you guys have some ideas on what kind of events to host, definitely check out Tiana's meetup, the events committee, on Discord at 5 p.m. Tuesday, Friendship Barbecue. Oh, excuse me, Thursday, Friendship Barbecue. That's going to be a new thing. All right, Robot Robert is putting this thing together on Thursdays around like 6 p.m. Right, come on through for some barbecue. We had some awesome barbecue yesterday. Who was here yesterday for the barbecue? All right, yes, it was amazing, right? Yes. All right, there's a lot of other events. You guys have to check out the meetup. There's so many events going on. Oh, yes, Hacker Dojo POAPs. Who knows what POAPs are? Good, one? Just one, seriously. All right, POAPs, participation tokens, right? In-person IRL tokens. Pretty much if you're here, you get to have that token for being here, right? And it is blockchain based. I am Blockchain John. You know, I said, why not? Why not do this? And it's free. Download the POAP app. I'll give you this particular POAP token, Hacker Dojo Lightning Talks. All right, so there is some requirements though. You got to make sure you download the app. On Discord, take a photo right now. You guys can take a photo of each other, selfies, whatever. Post it on Discord, and I'll send you one of the free tokens for participating here at Lightning Talks. Right, Hacker Dojo links, Meetup, the website, YouTube, Twitch, Slack, Discord, Twitter. They're all there. If you guys want to take a picture, you guys can do that. Or, again, I have all this stuff on Discord, right? So check that out. Is there anything else to see? All right, let's get started. Rule number 1. Can somebody read that for me? Anyone?
Be excellent to each other.
All right. Be excellent to each other. Thank you. All right, cool. All right, so talk for 5 minutes, and pretty much any ideas you have going on, your plans or projects, or if you just want to share a skill, you have 5 minutes to do that. If you do exceed the 5 minutes, Cerberus will be gobbling you up down in the dungeon. Right? Community feedback is highly encouraged, so applauses are great. Questions are better. Interactions are amazing, right? We need our speakers to be really engaged with you guys. So please communicate. Don't just be a fly on the wall. Don't just be there. Communicate. We need some feedback. All right? You guys got it? Can I get some feedback? Thank you. All right, let's get started. All right, our first speaker.
That's pretty good.
Thank you. All right, our first speaker. Who do we have? Where's our list at?
Balaji.
All right, come on up. What are you going to talk about?
Logi.
Talk about chapter 22.
What are you talking about?
Something on design, drone design. Yeah.
Drone. You guys like drones? Raise your hand if you like drones. Drones. Yes. Love it. Look at that. Half of the people here love drones.
Hello?
Plug it on.
Check that for now.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Hello, this is Balaji.
There you go.
I'm Balaji. I'm a software engineer, and I was a member for Hacker before. This is a topic about designing can say a drone or any craft. So when I was looking at the F-22, this is the latest fifth generation flight, used in Air Force. This is the latest with all the gadgets and things like that. But if you see that structure, it looks like as though a human sitting. It is almost like a meditative pose. So if you take the human structure, that is the efficient in energy and everything, and technology also, it is million-year biological making, which is having all the required technology incorporated. So how to design a craft using human structure, I was thinking. So I come up with an idea. So if you take this structure, it has a three-part head and body and the leg part. So this can be designed this way with the stealth mode to reduce the radar signature and ground stability. So this is another way of presenting the design for a rocket or flight. So, and also take further down the energy efficiency. We have to see. You take the heat map. The flights waste a lot of heat energy, which can be recycled. So in the human body, there are centers which recycles the energy in an efficient way. And Indian way, they call chakras. That's why they call CHEF 22. Why I named it is Chakra F22. Chakra means cycle. So the recycling the energy in an efficient way, the body does very critically whatever it can recycle, it recycles upwards from stomach to all the energy. Same way, energy can be synthesized in an efficient way using these body chakras, energy centers. And so the how there are 7 energy centers in the body. How we can energy can be aligned in the F-22 is one of the just design aspect I'm talking about. 3 centers like the base and body and the header part. And this is the energy cycle which can be aligned in the flight, which can be distributed in evenly. So it has a 3-part. Third is the cockpit sensors that also consume a lot of energy. And the second one is they call throat chakra. That is telecommunication, how the communication between the team, ground and the flight path. Those consume a lot of energy too. The root chakra is called the rocket propellants, those which generates the energy. So the 3 centers are in our body too. So this has to be aligned that way to make energy efficient way. So these are some of the design aspects of the flex body. Body is more flexible, but rockets or drones are not. So when we design how to make it as a human body flexibility, this can be, we can model based on our body structure. So this is the final human-centric design in the drones. We have to incorporate to make it more efficient energy-wise, structure-wise, and also it can reduce the drag and things like that. So that is my talk. Any questions?
I got a question. That looks very thoughtful. How do you come up with this idea?
This idea?
Yeah. Just
So I use the Mid-Journey to generate based on my thought. So I use Mid-Journey to generate this type of pictures. But thought, as per me, we have to get the thought and we have to put that prompt. So based on our prompt, it generates.
awesome. Thank you.
Any more questions? We got one more.
You know someone who has one chakras realized?
The chakras, yeah.
Do you know someone?
Yeah, I read about it. I'm trying to practice to how to incorporate our energy to uplift. I mean, we waste a lot of energy, how to use that in better way. So similarly, we can use in drone or other things also. I mean, rockets also waste a lot of thermal energy that can be recycled to better use of for other sensors and things like that. So that way, same the chakras, which our body centers we call in Indian, there is a meditation, chakra meditation, to channel our energy upwards instead of wasting the energy. So the same thing, the same principle we can use apply for any propellants. Yeah.
So my question was like, you need a guidance to do these things. They say that, you know, like if it goes in the wrong direction, it's dangerous.
Yeah, of
You need
course.
a teacher for this.
Correct. You are right. Yeah, but it needs a certain technical person who can give the right direction. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have been saved, Cerberus. Cerberus will not die you today. Not today, you guys are good. All right, next we have AI digital avatars. That's correct, yeah? Good, AI digital avatars.
Thank you.
Gura.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Let's see. I don't see it on my screen.
Present.
I don't see it here
Yeah,
actually.
so it'll move it to the side. Move your mouse to the side. Just click present.
I actually want it on my screen, so because I want to, yeah. Go to settings.
While they get set up, did everybody have dinner? Everybody got pizza? Yeah? Was it good? I think we're having barbecue afterwards. Yeah. I brought in some meat, so somebody wants to grill it up. Somebody is pit master. That'd be very appreciated because I'm gonna burn this.
No, I think I can present. I just want it on seen on my laptop as well because.
Yeah, no, you want to start it up? You guys want to start it up?
Mirror it.
Yeah.
Yeah, That's fine.
How's your day?
Okay.
First time?
That way. Don't worry about it.
Second time?
Yeah, that's what
No, no, use as,
Second time.
this one.
use as, click on this. You know,
Get it.
San Francisco, wasn't it?
should be good.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
What do you think? What do you think? And now he's at 90 times. Great.
Hey. Hello. Hey everyone, sorry for the glitch. My name is Gaurav. I am a co-founder of a company that we are starting called Inventive AI. We are based right in the Hacker Dojo in this hive. So if you see a cute little puppy that you want to say hi, or you just want to know more about Inventive, you can get here and talk to us. So, what the heck are we doing with Inventive AI? We are basically building AI digital avatars. Instead of giving you a presentation, let me just quickly pull up a demo and I'll show you what we are up to. Oops, let's go back. All right. So this is a newly minted site. Hopefully you guys break it today by using it. But these are my two amazing co-founders, Dhiren and Vishal. So what we've done here is we've basically created a digital avatar of each of these people. How we do that is we take a few minutes of their recorded video, and based on that, we create these avatars. Let me show you one of them. So for example, on the left side, you see there is an avatar of Dhiren. The persona that we have given to him is like he's a customer success manager of a totally original company called Shopify. And let's say he wants to send out a message to his customers as a customer success manager about a new feature that Shopify is launching. So this is a generated avatar of Dhiren. Let me just play this here.
I'm Dhiren, the Customer Success Manager here at Shopify. In this video, I'm thrilled to announce that we're launching our latest game-changing feature, the AI-generated product image generator. As an online business owner, you know how important it is to have eye-catching and professional images for your products. But let's face it, hiring a professional photographer can be expensive and time-consuming.
Can you guys hear the audio?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, but you get a sense, right? This is a completely synthetically generated avatar. We're going from audio to video right now, so the audio is real, but the video is completely synthetic. But eventually, we'll go from text to video, doing that completely. Let's talk about how we are doing this right now. So if you want to try it out, you can try it out at test.inventive.ai. But essentially, we have a few existing avatars. So this is the page that I was just showing you guys here with Dhiren and Vishal. But you can go in and create your own avatar. The way we do it is there are a few set of instructions in terms of how you record your video. So I could go in and start recording my video. This is probably best done when you are in front of a light background, a white screen or a green screen. If you're interested in doing that, we actually have a setup right here in the laser room. So after the talk, if anybody is interested to have their digital avatars, you're more than welcome to join us and test this out. Let's do a quick live demo in terms of how it sounds to go from audio to video. So let's say I'm recording a quick audio here. Hi Hacker Dojo, it's great to be here. Thanks for listening to the talk. So what I did is I just recorded an audio here and I'm going to hit generate video. So what it's going to do is it's going to take a few seconds, but what it's going to do is take Dhiren's avatar, use my voice and superimpose that on Dhiren's avatar. It might take a few seconds. Let's see. Shaq, we need to speed this up. Hi, Hacker Dojo. It's great to be here. Thanks for listening to the talk. Awesome. So this avatar is not cleaned up completely, but I guess you get a sense of what we are doing here. So let me just quickly go through some slides on why we are doing what we are doing. Human-centric videos drive way more attention than text, as well as having somebody in the screen, like having a human drives attention by more than 92%. So that's kind of the basic premise that we are operating with. AI avatars, like why are we creating AI avatars? Like shooting videos is very cumbersome, and what we enable through this is easy iteration. You can just type things out if you want to do a FAQ video, if you want to do a training video, explainer video. You can do personalization, like if you have 10 different clients, you can send 10 different versions of the same video to those clients, so it's like hyper-personalized. And we'll eventually get to multilinguality, where you can have a same video in like 20 different languages with just a click of a button. These are potential use cases of how these are, we are basically building some demos, and some of our design partners are trying it out with them. So like training videos is one of them, product explainers like I mentioned earlier, and so on. Lastly, I think where we want to get to in the long run is like having AI avatars. I think we believe that the future is actually synthetic, and we will have like digital humans that will be part of each of our lives, be it like digital therapists, be it like virtual nurses, and so on. So there are a number of use cases that we will probably get to once we get there. And yeah, that's all for today. We have an avatar creation setup right here in this laser room. If anybody is interested, meet us in the room, and we'll be happy to test out an avatar creation for you guys. Awesome, thanks. Any question?
AI digital avatar. Questions? Plenty of questions. Good.
Yeah, I got a question.
All right, let's go over here.
Is there a free trial version or a premium version of this?
We are not charging for this right now. We are so early, so you can just test it out with us without any charges right now.
All right, cool.
Okay. Great. Let me get one over here. One over here, real quick. Questions?
So real quick, so what market are you targeting? Is this going to be B2B, B2C, and how do you plan to generate sales?
Yeah, so I think there are a few different markets that we are looking at. I think learning and development is a big market where synthetic media has already been used. Like there's a lot of use cases around synthetic audio already being used in this learning and development market. So like training videos inside of the companies, which are already like very boring, can you make it more engaging by adding a human element? That's one. And product explainers is like the other one that we are looking at. I think we're still trying to figure out the go-to market, but we have some ideas. We can chat about it after the session if you're interested.
Yeah, so I had a question about the actual image generation. Are you guys using like some diffusion models to create that, or like
So right now these are actually real people, and we are using real 5-minute videos of the people to create the avatar. Eventually, what we'll be able to do is we just create these avatars through, let's say, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, and make them speak. Maybe like create videos out of it as well.
Thanks.
Last one.
Hi, how three-dimensional are your avatars?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
How three-dimensional are your avatars? How much mobility do they have?
Three-dimensional, yeah. So right now they're not very three-dimensional. If you see the avatars that I was showing you earlier, I think we don't even move facial muscles really well at this point of time. Where we want to eventually get to is like, we can do like chest up fine at this point of time, but where we want to get to is like add hand movements to them. Eventually, as the tech progresses, also add like body movements and stuff. Maybe have like multiple people in the same frame talking to each other and create like scenario-based use cases as well. But I think we are a little further away from that.
All right, thank you.
Awesome.
That was really awesome. A lot of people love that. So if you want to chat with them, check out the room next door. Afterwards, check it out. All right, who do we have next? We have Connor, No Code GBT Cheney. Ooh, welcome.
Hi. Hello. I don't have a presentation today. I just have sort of a demonstration, a project I've been working on for the past couple months.
Talk closer to the microphone.
I can see. Is this better?
Yep.
Okay. So I have this. Well, it's an ugly interface, but basically what this is a program for writing programs, for interacting with ChatGPT. And this is kind of a hello world program here. What this does is it interacts with ChatGPT like a normal conversation. It would you'd have on their site. And then it sends it to another node there that converts the output into a response in a different voice. So in this case, it's a more humanized voice. Sorry. This is the one. So here I'm just talking to that particular program about philosophy. So I could ask it, are some thinkers who are optimistic and it's got multiple prompts there, so it'll take twice as long as a normal response. Look at this server. There we go. So it's just a ChatGPT response in a different voice. So it's cool. Something else. I have file uploading, so I can sort of and this is a Discord integration, but also I have an API also to interact with this. So I have like the restrict act here. That's a common target for stuff like this. So I can set a summarize relating to, right now I'm asking it about enforcement in this law. And this is going to take a little while because there's actually sort of an undefined number. Like, it depends on how long the file is. It has to compress it, you know, iteratively. But yeah, gives a response that's kind of in the voice of the bill itself, which maybe I should add another node on the end to transfer it into something more easily understood. But I can do that another time. And if you want to see the code for that, I can load it. So yeah, the layouts still need a little work. How much time do I have?
A minute.
1 minute.
Uh-oh, okay. I want to show something a little cool as well, so I won't get too much into that. Also, here's something a little more involved. A couple weeks ago, we saw a demo where you could ask ChatGPT for recipes. So I added a little thing that will add a database to this. So here I have, you know, this is my database of ingredients. You can interact with it like this. Say, add things. Oh. Uh-oh. I think I disconnected this. So. Here, I'll explain it. You can add ingredients to the list. It'll store it on the server, and then it will make recipes from those ingredients. So there's a storage node that you can use. Anyway, that's it.
All right, that was Connor. Any questions?
Do you want to explain the?
Here you go.
I think this is super interesting, but I think it would probably help if you could, like, for a minute, take one of these chains and explain the process that we're seeing. We see the box, we can't read the rest.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So this is summarize that you're seeing right now. So right now, the inputs here, this is where I get the data, and then it'll go to this this prompt, which you can enter the data here, any data you want here. And in this case, it asks me to summarize the search query here for my input. And then it puts it into a collapse node, which is interacting with ChatGPT. And that's a special node that I built just to deal with large queries that it'll go over, the token limit. So it'll sort of iteratively take an input, get the output, paste all the outputs, if there's, because there'll be like, in this case, maybe 4 or 5 different iterations. Sorry. It's a little hard to explain, but maybe you can talk to me after. But yeah, this will deal with that.
Perfect.
Not a question, but you said you're going to work on the layout visually. There's a library D3, a JavaScript library D3 that has that built in.
No, I am not a web developer, so I'm building this in Unity, which is, the front end. The back end is, .NET. I don't know, if someone wants to work with me on the front end, I'd appreciate that.
Perfect, that's Connor. Thank you. Okay, we have more here. Build a problem box. Does anybody know what that means? Anybody want to give it a shot? What does that mean? Build a problem box. Let's find out.
That's a good question. What that means? Avoid to okay. Yeah, Build the Product Box is a game that born from a book that is called Innovation Games. This is a concept in how you create prototypes or prototypes that is, can you imagine how you describe a product? Is the best way to do it some way, is take a cereal box concept. Have you ever analyzed how is a cereal box? The cereal box has information for the end user, for the decision maker, for the legal people, has samples of presentations. It is a fantastic piece of marketing. And one thing that I use that from Innovation Games from Luke Hoffman is how to train people to land their ideas. And the way that we did it this week, we have a group of 20 students of high school from Mexico that they came here for learning about Silicon Valley, and all of them are dreaming how to create their own company and things like that, and say, what is the easy way for them to learn about that? Why they don't build the product box? And we played with them, and we gave a box, and we showed the cereal box and say, okay, what is your idea? And put that into a way that replicate the concept of the cereal box. That was a fantastic experience for the kids. They were very excited because at the very end, one of the things is they were showing to the other people what they built. One of the interesting exercise there is you build a product box and you give to somebody else, and the other people need to describe what is your box. And that is a very good way to show that your box is not yet ready. Because when they started to read, say, well, I cannot describe what is your product. And that is the goal, how you describe it. But the interesting thing was Girish, that is one of the guys here in the Hacker Dojo, was sitting in the back of the room and start to see, oh boy, can we use ChatGPT and DALL-E to help these kids to learn about that? And he came to me and said, can I do an experiment in this group? Do you have something in mind? No, give me half an hour in the meantime that they finish building the product box, and I will give them a presentation. And he came and started using ChatGPT to replicate everything that these people did of how to create the product box, what kind of information they need to put it. And they got a lot of information, make it for kids, make it in different ways. And at the very end, he connected with DALL-E and generated a box. And that was a tremendous expression, but one of the things that I really value, can you imagine the face of the kids after being 1 hour and a half trying to build something fantastic to explain, and they were pondering with questions and say, it's not very clear, but you tried to do it. And Girish came and in 3 minutes or 5 minutes, create something that was much more clear and create not a beautiful box, really, but in 5 minutes. That really drives us where we are heading with all these things. I was talking with a newspaper people today, describing this scenario, and say, that's interesting, how you manage that. For the kids, if we did that exercise with the ChatGPT and DALL-E before the presentation, what could happen? They were getting much more clear way how to do these things, and we increase the level of communication and the capability to explore what they want to try, what they try to explain to everybody. Can you imagine how it's going to be changing our way of lives? Because if you do that as a source to nurture your ideas before you really start working, you can generate 4 or 5 different scenarios that in the traditional way, we were not able to do that. Talking with this news guy, saying, if I do that to people in the newsroom and say, before an interview, get and chat with ChatGPT, asking questions like if was your interviewer, what is going to happen? The interview is going to be much more valuable because he already has been facing different points of view. And with the capabilities that ChatGPT said, can you answer that as a scientist, as a gardener, or like a student? You shape in different ways. That is one of the things that I really enjoyed, and the experience for these people was fantastic. They really believe it, and one of the things they have now, the assignment, is they are coming back to Mexico, and in 30 days they are going to repeat the same exercise, playing with ChatGPT and DALL-E before getting back into that exam. And that was the idea. I really was surprised. I appreciate to Girish that he's here. Thank you for the experiment. It was fantastic and was complete improvement. Thank you.
Are those your students? Are those your students?
I have the students, yes.
Wow. From Mexico. All the students are from Mexico.
Yeah, 20 students from Mexico.
That's great. Questions for Jorge and how to build a product box?
Was so clear, or no, nobody understood that?
It is perfect. You did great at it. Thank you. All right, who do we have next? Where's my phone?
Ray.
Ray?
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 Yes.
Ray, come on up. Thank God AI can't draw furries. Okay. Thank God. Thank you.
I mean, the short answer to all of this is, I need an adapter for this.
Who knows what furries are? Raise your hand. You guys know what furries are? Yeah. Yeah? Ray, can you explain what furries are?
Yes, I will be more than happy to explain this as soon as I get the as soon as I figure out where the play button is up here. Yes, yes. So basically, this is what happens when I decide to leave the polling up to the audience, because I had a few different talks that I've been sitting in the pipeline on. I decided, okay, let's actually put some audience participation into this, and lo and behold, one person actually picked something. So on the one hand, I really should have given y'all more time to make up your mind, and on the other hand, this is why democracy is important. So let me give you a quick overview of what you could have seen this evening in terms of all the progress that has been made on the trailer since I last spoke about it, including complete. Yes, we've done some interior, we've done some exterior. I found out I completely overlooked the wiring, as my partner was more than happy to demonstrate to me on that. I also wanted to talk about some of the fun that happened at RSA this weekend. I brought swag from the show to share with you all. I did not bring that thing. That thing is staying at home. But when I say "must be present to win" is a magic phrase in this show. This is what I'm talking about here in terms of some of the stuff that you can win when going to trade shows like RSA. I wanted to talk about a very lovely place in Washington State where you can still see gas for about $1, and still have all of this other fun and interesting stuff. For reasons I'll explain later, but nonetheless, I assure you it's a very pretty place, and I would like to sell you on later, as well as the joys of UV reactive minerals. Some of you have seen me demonstrating these at previous lightning talks, but I'm more than happy to talk about them again when we get to that time and place. But for the meantime, the talk that exactly one person asked for, and I don't think they understood the prompt. When I said, "Thank God AI can't draw furries," I did not mean in the sense of because there was something with furries that AI shouldn't be drawing. It's more a case of I do some amazing artwork, and by the same token, I want to try to figure out what happens when I try to put myself out of a job. What happens when I try to outsource my work to AI? What happens when someone it's one thing to have somebody who looks at AI as a tool to make something that they stand zero chance of making themselves, versus somebody who just happens to be a little bit lazy about their artwork and would like a few shortcuts going through things. So I tried. These were some of my early attempts with DALL-E Mini. I tried to use a couple of phrases that it didn't particularly like. Apparently, saying harem in the phrases is forbidden, just because they're trying to make these things to be safer work prompts. So even just saying I want those puffy harem pants in my images is apparently an impossible thing to do, which is why we have something that looks like it wouldn't be out of place in Five Guys at Freddy's, but not exactly what I'm going for here. And trying to refine that, trying to give other stuff, it is still really focused on that tiger part of the phrase. And so, wasn't really getting a whole lot of diversity in the images that I wanted to do here. So, and this is when I discovered, oh hey, they've actually upgraded this particular AI model. So let's let's switch to Crayon. And actually, that's supposed to say Crayon like AI. But apparently, this is what happens when you let ChatGPT do your proofreading on your presentation before you kick it. All right, well, does anyone want to see the rest of these and just quickly browse through them, or? Sure, yeah. All right, yeah, okay. You're already here. I'll try to click through them sort of quickly to see if we can actually get some improvements in the iteration, improving on the prompts, trying to get some better images going on here. We're actually starting to get to some of the better pieces, at least as far as using this as a thumbnailing tool and getting some general ideas. We're getting better. This is getting better and getting more involved, but we're still at a stage where I'm not sure what y'all are using for your AI artwork, just to generate stuff, because I'm not getting anywhere near that level of quality going on. Like, maybe paying for Midjourney does make a difference, but you notice that it's that you're getting a lot of different random images. We're having a very hard time sticking to the model, which, being able to have that repeatability going on in your images is, critical if you're actually trying to work to a model. Yes. Any questions? Or?
We do have a couple questions. All right. This is, go ahead.
All right. So to get those to do, I noticed each picture was kind of consistent from one to the next. Is that your style that Dolly is copying?
No, I was not able to seed the AI generator with my own artwork. I've actually been looking for something that does that. If any of you happen to know of one, this just happens to be what's currently in the system, or what it's been able to harvest from these different websites.
So all those were created just by typing stuff and saying, I want this, I want that.
Same as you would for any other AI art generator, yeah.
No. Okay. How long does it? You give it its information. How long does it take to produce a picture?
Could take anywhere from a minute to a few minutes, depending on how slammed that particular website happens to be.
No.
Any other questions?
There's no one over here. It's on.
Just as a quick FYI, I knew exactly what I was voting for when I voted. Yes, that's exactly what I voted for.
I'm glad you're satisfied.
Oh, it died.
Oh, yeah. Just a quick question. I'm not familiar with Crayon. I'm familiar with Midjourney. Is Crayon a plugin for DALL-E? What is?
Crayon is supposed to be like so the early pieces that I showed were done with what was called DALL-E Mini, and Crayon is supposed to be like the upgraded version of that. So I assume it may have changed names a little bit there. Yeah. Admittedly, I haven't tried this with too many other AI art generators, but this was sort of.
It's kind of a competitor to
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, just a comment. I tried to make a simple 3-panel cartoon just for fun, and I also encountered the same problem, which is each of the three, the character did not look like the same character. There's no way to have it remember. No way I know yet. Have it remember. Yes, this is the look I want. Now keep this character, and I'll describe other scenarios.
Yeah. Supposedly, certain generators have that ability. I've yet to really see it, but this is definitely an issue with using AI generated art. Is that you might hit a gem, but good luck hitting it again.
All right, thank you, Ray. We are reloaded on the mic. Fresh batteries in it. Ray, we have Roy coming up. Career choice. Roy, thank you. By the way, I just want to reiterate what Ray mentioned earlier. You guys missed it. She brought a lot of free merch sitting in the backyard at the table, okay? Give us some free merch.
So many people, when they choose a career, they might look for maybe if they're childhood role models, like the founders of Microsoft or Google, or it might be because of their parents. They want the prestige of entering one of the top companies, or it's just what their universities offer. For example, when I'm a student, he's majoring in computer science, so he's not really exactly interested in it. Though of course, you can also try IT or website programming. IT is more of a debugging software, kind of like a desktop. If that's something he might be interested in, as in figuring out what the problem is, how to resolve it. So I mean, there are many choices. Though the university focuses on the computer science and wants the students to go to a Google or Microsoft. So I'm going to talk about career choice. And first off, there's a story about Alan Turing during World War II breaking the Enigma, the German code. Basically, he was at lunch, and there's a person, I think it's a woman, told him that there are people who speak with quirks, and this talking actually got him thinking, and he is able to find the pattern in the German communication and decipher it. And of course, without this knowledge, he wouldn't be able to, even though he's a mathematical genius, his knowledge is very, very deep. It goes very, very into his subject, his expertise. So it's not exactly broad. He doesn't know about quirks in language or much about linguistics. So the combining the two can really make a breakthrough. And that's the one aspect of broad knowledge and a deep knowledge. And another people might be more focused or more interested in working as a team. One person doing this, another person doing that. Well, another person might be more interested in being at the center of attention, orchestrating, audience-oriented. And other people might be more interested in doing something solo and just thinking primarily independent. Though secondarily, he can be team-oriented, thinking deeply, though also working with others behind the scenes about doing his own calculations, or audience-oriented. He might be thinking, oh, how do I organize this better? How can I make it more efficient with other people as an organization? Also, there are people who prefer to learn from friends, from people close to them. And there are people who will prefer to learn more about their personal interest, whatever they're interested in, whether it's astrology, cars, baseball. And there are also people who are more learning from the experts, from the specialists. They prefer to sit and listen and to read from their favorite authors. There are people who are into the performance arts. They want to be a spokesperson, and there are people who are good with paperwork. They like to fiddle with the information, organize them, and there are people who are into clubs, interest clubs. For example, cars or architecture. And then there are people who are into nitty-gritty. For example, people who go on the football field and just crawl in the dirt, or to fly in a baseball court. Nitty-gritty, like carpenters, plumbers. They're not afraid to get down and get dirty. They're really good at maybe getting into things where other people want to avoid. They don't want to look at it, though they're okay with it. So, and also there are people who are lifelong learners. They're discovery oriented, and there are people who are interested in the use of money and what money can do. And also there are people who are improvement oriented. They want to improve things and make them better. Want me to keep talking or any question?
Thank you.
Okay.
You good? Any questions?
Yeah, it's a lot of info. Yeah, I mean, if you organize them to individual temperament, they're maybe easier to follow.
Perfect. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Who do we have next? We have. Is that Avina?
Avina?
What?
Avina?
How do you say your name? Avina? Avina, welcome. Avina. We're going to be talking about making badges. Making badges. Is there a...
Near that one?
Yes, please. Thank you. Or you want to?
There we go.
Oh, come on.
We made it.
I probably have more.
Is it this one?
No.
This one's actually interesting. Not later.
Move this one all the way to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is good? Technical difficulties? Very good. All right. Make sure you got that microphone there, okay?
Right.
You can take it out if you want.
Yeah, we're ready finally now. All right, so I'm here to, my name is Abhinav. I'm here to talk about making hacker conference badges. So a little bit about me, I combine art with hardware hacking and I make these colorful badges. I have been making this for like 6 years now and we are in like 13 countries. So I get to meet a lot of hacker communities around the world. And I have made badges for conferences like RSA now this year, and then Hack in the Box, Code Blue. I've also been to Black Hat and DEF CON and so on. I would like to show some of my previous work, which was and so as you can see, we combine a lot of electronic creativity and turn it into a hardware form. And the goal of doing this basically is to not hand out attendees with paper badges, but to hand out them electronic ones with a lot of electronic puzzles in it and cool hardware creative things to do and a lot of crypto puzzles in it and so on. So yeah, I mean, just some of the previous stuff that we have done earlier. This one's like one of my favorite, it's electronic bean. And all of them are custom designed for each hacker event, and we try to bring a lot of local hacker cultures in it. So one of the reason I'm here in SFP is we work with RSA conference and PST conference, where I also hosted these activities, and we have this team stronger together and putting cyber in space, and I wanted to do really special. So until like last year, we were just doing the PCB, electronic PCBs, and those have a very limited number of colors available, and there's always some creativity you have to do with the shapes, just get them right, and and that's what we have been like. If you see some of the previous work, like this one is like, it's a black masking, and then there's like a white masking, and then on top of it there's a red masking. So we have the darker red shade, and then we have the lighter red shade. And yeah, I mean, we in general like to experiment like this because we have an in-house lab where we design and fabricate PCBs and assemble everything under one roof, so we can generate a lot of that flexibility on it. And I was getting kind of frustrated with limitations with PCB printing, and we kind of like at the peak point of we had like the saturation, like we wanted to do something different, and so we tried to do it with the UV printing. And UV printing, we had some of the ideas with it. So putting cyber in space, already had some idea with artwork and all. And this kind of artwork I designed for the badge. We have Hack the Planet, which is a reference to the hacker movie, and then some of the elements that supposed to glow when you solve those hardware puzzles or when you do part of those hardware hacking things. So some of the early testing we done with, again, most of the badges we do is single-sided, and then all the components are on the backside, and early testing comes with early problems. So some of the white print wasn't proper, and then they're turning yellowish because you can't put UV print through reflow oven because that turns yellowish. And the way we tried to fix it, we basically combine old and new. So we had the black masking on the back side and then the white masking on the front side, and then on top of it we have the UV print. And that kind of fixed the problem. And then the parts that are supposed to glow, we basically don't mask it at all, so the light glows through it, like from the back side. And then the yellowish tint was more of a trial and error, like a lot of trial and error, and just trying to not let the badge hit too much that it doesn't turn yellowish, like not turn yellowish, but then also make sure all the components get so there. And yeah, I mean, all the take is always on the back side. Small batteries because we don't want it to make them too heavy. And this was the final form. We managed to finally make some really consistent UV print badges, and the second one looks like this when it's on. Like it's 8 areas in the conference represented by 8 doodles, and you have to go to each area and do the activity for them to unlock it with the remote, and that remote kind of looks like this. Each of those areas, so a lot of coherency in the design and everything. And then the CTF again has a lot of crypto puzzles in it and hosting and serial puzzles in it. And you connect it through serial monitor, and yeah, and one of the, again, Easter egg, you send black hole to reset the badge. So yeah, more space reference, we can never get enough. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's my website, and you can handle it.
No too bad. Is there any questions? You got a couple questions?
Yes.
Take that on to the side. Here you go. Go ahead and sit next to me, please.
Thank you. Peter, I guess you don't have enough time to talk all about the interactive elements, but could you just briefly talk a little bit about the puzzles and the treasure hunts and all the interactive elements?
Of course. So the way we do it, we program it with the, you have to intersect with the serial monitor in Arduino, or you can just use any serial monitor. And we just have this command, like you send 3 stars and it puts badge in a CTF mode. So it prints out one puzzle after another, and each puzzle is going to unlock each of these lights. So there's the first one unlocks the rocket, and that challenge is again is about starting the mission. And there is a lot of coherency in the CTF as well. So the story is you're an astronaut on the Mars, and then you have a mission to send, and then the first crypto puzzle gets you to start the rocket, and then the second is ISS, and that's like it's an actual open source James Webb image file that has some Stegno puzzle in it, and then you have to figure that out. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of OSINT challenges. We based a lot of it on the NASA's whatever open source resources we have in public. And yeah, I mean, final challenges again is a combination of a very complex crypto puzzle. So for the CTF part, we have all these challenges on it, and then for the hardware part, we have a lot of pins on the backside so that you can interface. If you see, there are 5 pins you can interface, and then you can try to do some hardware hacking stuff and try to see what the chip is going on, like how it's processing, what data is flowing.
Peter, thank you for the question.
Hi, Bob. How much does this RSA badge cost, and how do you manufacture it for like 5,000 things?
So I think we did around 1,500 units. That was for the sandbox area in RSA. How much did it cost? I'm not sure if RSA would be glad for me to know. Yeah.
Last question over here. One more.
So say you wanted to, we're just starting out on this, what sort of advice would you have in terms of things that are easy or that are cheap or that are particularly useful things to know before you get in over your head?
To make the badges?
So, advice for beginners making their own badges, yes.
Right. I think the biggest struggle is trying to get the manufacturer to do your designs right, and trying to communicate with them. Another struggle that has added after the pandemic is trying to get hold of the chips before they go out of stock. So that's another struggle. But I think the easy part, I would say the tech is the easy part. Largely the difficult part is managing the logistics of how you communicate with your fabrication fab and trying to get them to do your thing. I was super frustrated, and I was frustrated the moment I started, so we just built our own thing. So we bought our own machines, and so now we have everything in house. Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of time to go through it. It takes a lot of time to work it out. So.
Thank you, Abhinav. Making badges. Thank you. Cool. Thanks so much. Next we have Giovanni. How to become trustworthy in a down market for your, hold on, let me take a breather. For your investor / employer. A long title. I see it. How's the barbecue?
Hello.
Cool. So I hope you guys are enjoying tonight. And so the title is How Do We Become Trustworthy in a Down Market? As you guys know, we're in a down market. There's a lot of chaos happening. A lot of people losing their jobs. So how do you ensure you are able to sustain or maintain a job? Or if you're fundraising, if you're building a company, how do you ensure you get the trust of the investors of your team? And how do you ensure you're able to move fast and build the team and get everything ready and resources and to just move? So I recently read a book that talks a lot about trust, and I found it really intriguing. And essentially what matters most in the down market is the invisible force that actually connects all of us, and that is trust. Trust is a hidden thing behind love. So how do you build trust? How do you become a credible person that other people are willing to just land out responsibilities, let you not be micromanaged, just tell you what to do and you go out and get it done? So how do you become that person that just naturally you feel a good connection towards and you feel like you're able to trust them? So there's actually two main things. There is character and competence, and there's 4 things that make up those 2 things. It is your integrity. Are you an honest person? Are you non-judgmental? Are you just like a good human being? Is your intent right? Do you have the right intentions when you go out and do something? When you're talking to someone, when you're helping out someone, are you doing it with trying to get something from them, or are you actually just doing it to help out? Do you have the right intentions? Do you actually care? So that's the character part. Now, to build competence, which is the other half of the whole equation of building trust within yourself, being a trustworthy person, it's actually competence, and that goes under two things. It's your capabilities. Do you have the skills required to deliver what you say you're going to deliver? If you don't, that's going to hurt you, that's going to cost you, and a lot of people are not going to trust you because you're going to delay the results, which is what matters most when it comes to, in this world, you know, you got to deliver, you got to create results. So whenever you work on those things, there's actually 13 principles that make up these two things, and I'm just going to give you 5 of them. It's actually become self-accountable, make commitments and keep them, deliver results, improve and actually show that you're improving, read books, attend workshops. Constant, never-ending improvement is where it's at. And you gotta do spaced repetition, so that's what makes it constant, because what you don't use, you lose. And I believe, I deeply believe that what you don't use, you lose. Whether that's a skill set you gain, whether that's a certain mindset, whether that's a body, the diet, anything that you don't consistently improve on, you're gonna lose it. So there's, I believe, 4 of them, and another one is just extend trust, and that doesn't mean like micromanage, like literally give trust to people. So this matters a lot when it comes to in companies, because I'm gonna go over 5 ways in which trust affects everything. So there's a trust with yourself. Whenever you don't live up to the things you say you're gonna accomplish, you start losing trust in yourself. Because you lose trust in yourself, relationships that you have are not gonna trust you. So your kids are not gonna respect you, your significant other is not gonna respect you, your coworkers are not gonna respect you, they're not gonna trust you, and that's highly important. I definitely pay the consequences of not being trustworthy for lack of results. For my part, we all lack on something, so that's my lack. And then you have organizational trust. Whenever you don't trust somebody, you actually slow down the company and increase costs, like the money-wise. So because you're moving slower, you gotta pay more resources to make up for the lack of speed, for the lack of trust. Because whenever you trust somebody, you're able to move faster, you're able to just brainstorm, you're able to speak in a way where you don't feel like you're being judged by your peer. Like, I can say something, but if you trust me, like, you're not gonna take it as I'm trying to say something with bad intent. You're just gonna take it as a joke because you know my character, you know my competence. So trust plays a huge part in becoming a trustworthy person, plays a huge part in organizations. And market, if you own a company, how do you build trust in the market? So we call it brand, it's reputation. And reputation matters is the way people trust you. We all know companies that we wouldn't buy from, because even when you're checking out, they gotta have somebody to come by and check the processes of what you're paying, for example. And I'm out of time. But I highly recommend the book. If you have an audiobook, it's called The Speed of Trust by Stephen Covey. He's the son of the person who wrote the 7 Habits of Successful People. Phenomenal book. He talks about like trust, how to build trust, and how trust overall affects society. Countries, they lose trust, they affect companies, and their whole economy goes down. So
perfect. Thank you, Giovanni.
Questions?
Does anybody read here? Raise your hands if you read books.
Readers are leaders. Come on, right. Raise your hand.
So again, repeat that book again. What was it?
It's called Speed of Trust by Stephen Covey. Stephen M.R. Covey.
Be honest, you guys that read, would you guys read that book? Raise your hands. You already did?
I think everybody should read it.
There's a lot of hesitation.
All right, cool. Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, next we have sleep, macro, and crypto.
Yep.
Magic.
First, I want to tell why I think it's important for us to know about that. First of all, because all here, with myself, we're doing startups, and watching the macro developments helps you to know the trends. So if people start like selling banks, probably making finance, it's not the best time. Okay, it's just exaggerating. Second thing, all of us are looking for investors. When market's down, people usually reluctant to invest, right? So you got to search for the moment to enter with your startup as we search for the moment to enter with stocks. Saying that, I'm getting to updates. Sorry. And I got, as usual, two types of graph. First is positives. So last week, the most positive development was the March order recovering 3.2%. Which is this big. However, if you look at this historical graph, you see that it's not so unusual. So they're recovering all over again. But that type of indicator serves as a leading indicator. It means that when it starts to go down, for example, that it was in 2000, 2001, you can expect the recession. That's the logic behind it. So we're gonna have having this same curve, like a downward curve right now. So probably going to be in a recession. So now I'm going to the negative, which is always much more fun. First, we got a Q1 quarter GDP for Q1 for first quarter released this week, and as we see, this like 1% growth. So it's still growing, but the tempo of the growth is dropping. You see, we have in Q3 much bigger increase in GDP than in this quarter. And now to the most important news. Of course, it was a First Republic Bank in March after Standard & Poor's downgraded the rating of this Silicon Valley-based bank to the junk level. They lost about 50%, and they keep dropping since then. So what happened? It's actually a long story, but that's why I want to make it short. Basically, nothing drastic, but Standard & Poor's look at their balance sheet, look at their assets, and see, oh, got a lot of loans, right? And most of those loans are long-term, which means that if you don't have enough cash to pay your depositors, you need to sell it. And when you sell long-term bonds, all long-term bonds are now down because everyone expecting recession, they're buying short-term bonds. Okay? Same what happened with Silicon Valley Bank. And that's the first problem they saw in Standard & Poor's and Moody's basically. They were downgraded by 2 rating agencies. The second one, that's the liability side. You see this one? So total assets of that bank about $200 billion, almost the same as with Silicon Valley Bank. And almost half of that is deposits. And Standard & Poor's looked at that and thought, oh, that's a story of Silicon Valley Bank, because people, they just can come in and take deposit plus. Majority of that is corporations, is companies. They call it corporate, but means like startups getting out their cash. So the same story, so they devalued the bank. And after that, everyone started to sell, and First Republic Bank come to ask for more loans from Federal Reserve, and they gave them for about $150 million, which was not enough for the highest rate, but they still kept going down, which happened again today. So now they devalued about 91%, and that's a very bad story. Anyway, that was the news, and the resulting graph is, of course, as usual, Bitcoin. And what's happening is that this week we kind of ranged, so we are still on this downward curve. And pay attention to the volumes. As you can see, until past first quarter, we got like tremendous volumes. It's almost always the sign of the big players buying. So what happened? They start buying from for about October. And then they abruptly stop. Why? They're expecting us to start buying, right? And they will sell on us right here. So we can expect that they will retake their buying move around from here. Okay, that's it. Any question? Yes, come on.
I got a similar analysis.
I think Bitcoin overall is going to go upwards. So I got a similar analysis. So I used to be a day trader.
Oh, brother, we are on the same page. Excellent, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I do think it's going to drop and then it's going to go up again. I think eventually you're going to have, if you look at the bigger picture, you're going to see like a downtrend. We already broke it. Or no, we're about to break it. We broke that one you have right there.
You mean this one?
Yeah, I think if you break above 32, it's going to go up to like 46.
Yeah, usually when there are two analytics, there are like a 50% chance that they got the same opinion because it says it down or up.
Yeah. That's impossible enough.
That was a joke, of course.
Any other questions? That's it, huh?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, we're playing poker today. After 9.
Give it up for John. He will be talking about C3 Media.
Go, John.
Go, John.
I'm so nervous. So nervous. Actually, actually not Sviet. Where is he? Oh, he's not here. Okay. I'm not going to take the entire time, just a couple of minutes here, just talk about C3 Media, but I do. So if you guys don't know me, I'm John, Blockchain John, the Blockchain John, host of the Cryptocurrency Chat podcast to talk about crypto, blockchain, decentralization, Web3, pretty much anything under the umbrella of crypto stuff. So if you guys are into that, I recommend checking out the podcast, okay? Let's see here, a couple of things. There's a lot of links here. This is a temporary site that we're using for the podcast while ours is being rebuilt. We do have a YouTube channel, C3 Media, where we upload all our videos. We're up to 500 and, well, that's 508, but if you look at the recent videos, we have 510, their episode 510, okay? We do a lot of interviews, tons of interviews with people out there in crypto land. Twitter account, check us out on Twitter. You guys are on Twitter. Of course, we do have a Discord with some members in there. What's cool about the Discord, I'm always on there, is we do have ChatGPT built into there. That's pretty cool. There's an API already plugged into there. We are on Fountain. A lot of audio. You guys listen to podcasts, like audio podcasting? Anyone? Cool. Fountain.fm. Check that out. The reason I recommend that because while you're listening to the podcast, you're actually earning Bitcoin. Free Bitcoin for listening to a podcast that you're already listening to. Why not? It's free. Check it out. At Fountain.fm. Or if you're on Stitcher, let's see, what is this? Radio Public, Pocket Cast, Castbox, Overcast, let's see, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify. Yeah, and then we have a bunch of links here on CoinTree. You guys know what Linktree is, right? There's CoinTree. That's like the decentralized version of it, where you get to put your crypto addresses here at the top, right? So if you guys want to donate to C3 Media and help us do interviews, or reach out to us if you guys want to be on the podcast, we're asking donate via crypto, any of these coins, or connect with us here on any of these sites. Okay. Last thing I want to plug in, that's pretty much it for C3 Media and what we do with the podcast. Do a lot of interviews and talk about the most recent news that's going on. One cool thing that's coming up here in about 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, is the Blockchain Expo. It's actually down the street at Santa Clara Convention Center on May 17th and 18th. It is an in-person event. It is awesome. I went last year, and it is free. You can't beat that. All right, there was a couple of you guys that went last year. It was awesome to see you guys. It surprised me, actually. I didn't think that you guys were going to go because I didn't know about it, so I didn't even mention it. I wanted to see for myself what it was all about. This time, being the second year, I'm letting you guys all know that it's coming up, the Blockchain Expo. May 17th and 18th, free and free, right? What was it? It was free, right? Free? Free? Who's going? Anyone going? I got one hand. Are you serious? 2 hands, thank you. All right, good. The Blockchain Expo, it's free. It's not only blockchain, there's also, so there's a lot of expos going on, right? So there's the Blockchain Expo, there's an IoT Expo, there's the AI Expo, there's a Cloud Expo, there's a 5G Edge Computing Expo, and Digital Transformation Expo. Massive expo, all of them are compiled under one roof. So if you want to go hang out here for an hour, cool. If you want to go over here and hang out for an hour, cool. All right. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Blockchain Expo.
Nice.
Good. Thank you. All right, guys.
Thank you so much, John. And next we have the headliner for tonight, Ash, and you will be talking about grape. Let's give it up for Ash and grape.
So, do you want us to there or do the HDMI?
You can do HDMI.
Okay, great.
Okay, hello everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ash.
My name is Elikim. We're the founders of Grape, and we're here to make coding videos beside this.
Creating coding videos is a hassle. Imagine you get excited about a coding challenge and you want to make a quick 5-minute video to showcase your solution. First off, you need to download all the libraries and packages you need to compile the code, and this may or may not take a while depending on the topic. Next, you need to figure out which recording or live streaming tool to use. You could simply screen record, but the quality is pretty bad and you can't really show your camera screen that way. So you go online and you find out that the tools are pretty expensive, and the next hurdle is screen management. So as you're coding, you need to kind of switch between tabs and screens as you're trying to speak and sound engaging. And this can make your quick 5-minute video that you were so happy to make take hours to create, and you just kind of give up because it's not worth it.
Yeah, likewise, watching coding videos is super annoying as well. Imagine you're trying to solve a coding challenge, you're struggling, and so you're trying to look for a video to solve it. This is super annoying because first when you're watching a coding video, the creators usually don't have your source code uploaded, and so you have to watch everything from scratch. Also, there's the whole setup thing that comes with it. You have to download libraries, packages, all that is super annoying. And then the main part that sucks is watching it. You have to switch between watching the video and then switch to your IDE as well. And that's super cumbersome. So the 5-minute video you're trying to watch takes hours for you to understand. And then if you're dramatic, you're probably just going to give up and never do this again.
Grape is on a mission to make the video experience better for creators and viewers. It's an online platform for recording and live streaming interactive coding videos. For creators, it gives you all the tools you need in one place. It has an online IDE with pre-configured templates, so you never have to worry about setup. It has a browser window, notepad, and sketching tool all in one screen so you can focus better. And it has built-in recording and live streaming functionality with the click of a button.
Yeah, likewise, Grape makes the viewing experience super easy. You can basically turn a video into an IDE at any moment in time. So you don't need to do the whole switching back and forth between an IDE and the video. So you just go to one place, which is great, and then you can do everything in there. So.
Yep, Grape is live at www.grape.codes, and we'd love each and every one of you to go check it out and provide feedback you have. Thank you for listening. We're going to keep this pretty short, and yeah, we're going to take any questions. Thank you.
What's the pricing?
Yes, so Grape works in a freemium model where we charge people for compute power. So if you need additional CPU power or memory, so you just kind of pay for that.
Couple of quick questions. One is, if I wanted, could I turn my camera on and have a little picture-in-picture of myself?
Yes, you can.
Nice.
Let's see. See, you can. Am I signed in? So currently, you have to be signed in for the camera recording because it's pretty expensive. So let's see. I think I'm already signed in. Okay, cool. So actually, let's do this in the production version. So I sign in here. Cool. So it prompts you to select a language. Let's see if this works. It's like a live production demo, so let's see. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Oh, cool. So then you can start recording, and it asks you for your mode. You can do audio or camera. So if I click camera, hopefully, just there I am. Hello. So as I'm coding, I can like show my camera screen and stuff. That's me. Okay, cool.
Next question. Can I have a little window somewhere where I can kind of type headlines, like, now I'm going to talk about this, and then I go code?
Yes, you can. We have a notepad for you to do that, and you can put a heading, you can make it huge, you can say whatever you like.
Thanks. I swear we didn't prepare that ahead of time.
Got one more question over here.
Does this do screencasting, I guess?
Kind of. So it's not really recording your screen like in the traditional sense. It's recording the keystrokes, and then it's just like synced up to an audio track recorder. So like it's recording your voice and it's recording your keystrokes. Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
All right, that's Ash and Great at great-codes.
Great.codes. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. So what do you guys think? Lightning talks, that's a wrap. Was it good?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like it. Thank you all. Thank you for all the presenters. Once again, there's a lot of free merch back there. Thank you, Ray, for bringing that. Is there still pizza?
Yeah.
All right, there's still pizza. Let's wrap it up, you guys. Thank you.
See you next week.
See you next week.
Great. Yeah, sure.
That's what you see me post on last
Once we
like 1,000, it's gonna be like 1,000. Makers are so much more expensive. We're just gonna be like preventing like that's gonna be like one bit. That's pretty much how it's anybody's more yeah.
But it seems like the spot with yeah. It's exhausting. Yeah, but once as you try to do it, you get to learn that
so like you get like general point where like okay like let's just witness as keep going the pricing is like crazy and then when we reach like certain amount of users we have those like which are the businesses so they try to get cheap so it's gonna be like
I did not know. Yeah, I was. Most last time, I never heard of it before.
live demos.
I know, right? Yeah. That's really how it works. When you bring something in, you accessibility like we're like making a minimum like which is what's like what you build this brand. Like it's like different things you can just have like non-alcohol and when you break you like the rest of more you can have like It's
almost like that's what they asked for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the parameters of this are yet. Just a thought.
I'd have zero.
But obviously, we wouldn't want